All right, and we are going to be going live right now. What's going on, everyone? I'm down here. My light is right here. Please excuse the makeshift thrown together setup. My desk has changed a lot since our last stream. We have thrown up the overhead rig, made it go way higher. I wish I could just show you what it all looked like, but as you can see right here, we have got our little table set up to film the sea rhinoceros. Oh wait, actually, we have the program too. I can show you guys. Bear with me. See that? Look at this. Ooh. I'm like, I feel bad that you guys can't see my beautiful, handsome face, but like at the same time, I like how much closer you guys are to the subject. You know what I mean? Yo, what's going on, everybody? Wait, hold on a second. I've been running around all day. I It's gonna be a little bit touch and go at first. This is a really laborious setup. This is my first time filming like an overhead shot with this new rig that we got. Gonna be a little bit touch and go, but before you know it, we're gonna be up and moving. So bear with me. I just let the people over at BrickBob Films know that we're gonna be filming the sea bear tonight, so they can all hop on in. But I like how close the camera is to the subject. It's kind of like you guys are right off camera. All right, just getting everything set up. Yeah, it's like so every time. Wait, hold on. Maybe if I sit down. Yeah, looks pretty good. So every time I film these streams so far, I always have my computer here, monitor up here, or monitor up there. But now I have my computer up where my monitor is because there's just no room on my desk. So it's a laborious setup, but whatever supports and facilitates the filming, you know? But yeah, I don't know where to put the mouths for the sea bear. So you know what? I'm just gonna put it here. Just out of frame. I figure we would start with the sea rhinoceros because the sea rhinoceros is gonna be relatively easy to film. Yo, what's up everyone? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. No, it's good to be back. A lot of running around lately. I got like wicked hungry before filming, so I like grabbed a couple slices of pizza, and even then it wasn't enough. So I came home and had my protein before filming because I was like, otherwise we're not gonna make it through. Let me just readjust the size of that here. And you know what? Oh, do I have an audio file for filming along to? I don't think I do. Second. Can't film without an audio reference. I just made a new project title, or a new project folder rather, just called Bear Take One. Here, hold on a second. You know what? We've gone on far enough. Let me just do the opening ritual. So the game plan for today is just light up the sea rhinoceros, film what we can. If anything goes wrong, I can always reshoot. He's not going anywhere, and then move on to the sea bear. So what we're going to do is I'm going to review the audio, put it into the project, Then we're going to start lighting and get ready to film. Lighting is really important to me. We put so much time into making this sea rhinoceros by hand painstakingly. So we're going to take our time, light him up right. With all that said, this is the making of BrickBob Films, the camping episode, day 15. And you guys may have to do without my beautiful face for the stream, but I know that you guys are handle it. We're all adults here. Day 15 or 16 will be the final live video. Oh, absolutely not. I wish. But like I said before in one of my previous streams, it's like sculpting the puppet, sculpting these pieces, that's the longest part. You're going to be surprised by just how quick the filming is by comparison. So it's like you spend so much time sculpting the sea bear, sea rhinoceros, and such, and you think like, oh my gosh, and you have to animate, it's gonna take forever. But honestly, like, compared to the making of the puppet, the filming's gonna be like astonishingly quick. Yo, what's up? Give it up for day 15. Welcome to the stream. I think we're in here. All right, sweet. Port that audio. So I'm just importing all 3 minutes of audio for the end of the episode. That way, all the footage is going to be, it's all just going to be like in chronological order. I'm going to be like essentially recording the audio 3 times. One, just doing all the sea bear and sea rhinoceros effects, and then we're going to film the actual Lego footage afterwards. I think that's just going to be the way to go. It has to be one or the other. Neither's entirely ideal, but we make it work. So thirsty, also. I just record my lines in iMovie. It's just simple to like record an iMovie and just export the audio and just put it into the program. But I don't know. I'm probably gonna try doing it in Premiere sometime, just so I feel like I'm getting my money's worth. So I don't feel quite as guilty about paying for it. Okay, so the sea rhinoceros doesn't come until the very end. Okay. Patrick's line. I'm gonna have to turn this up because my AC is like kind of loud. Let's see. Maybe I'll just export that audio at the end there without SpongeBob's voice, because like I feel like I'm having trouble hearing him. But this looks cool, doesn't it? This is okay, so get this. This is the exact same setup that I used to film Mr. Magic back in October, almost a year ago. Except this time, now that I have this new desk, I was able to bring everything into here, and I got this new overhead rig. Shoot, you guys can't see it on camera. I'll post a picture, probably on my Patreon. Where is it? Just gonna copy this, paste it in a new project. That should work. Sea rhinoceros. Audio only. And we're gonna put that into this project. It's just easier. Boom. Is that it? Yes. So let's see. Before I like give the sea rhinoceros his mouths and stuff, let's just focus on the lighting a bit. So because the purple is quite close to the blue backdrop that we have here, I'll just show you. I decided to opt to put this sheet underneath. So get this. Wait, hold on a second. Reposition that. Yeah, so get this. The backdrop that I have, the one that I used for Popeye, it is so big it doesn't even fit here. I couldn't make it fit. So thankfully I had this cardboard which I had painted blue for SquidBob Tentacle Pants. I just had it lying around. Let's see. I'm gonna turn this on. And I don't know if I'm gonna need the diffuser light. You can't wait to see him in the episode. He's gonna look sweet. He will look very, very sweet. Yeah, let's see. If I could put the color light here. That's the thing, like, because of the finish of this paint, the satin finish, it's like you gotta light the guy, but you can't light it too much because you don't want to get like way too much shine in it. Starting the work clock. Not clay production. Whoops. Camping episode. Production. Yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Wait, what? No, no way is the Clay Kremling pilot episode turning 10 years old? What? How am I feeling? Not gonna lie, I do not want to mispronounce your name. Not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little bit frantic because we are neck deep into production and I have to go traveling at the end of the month. I'm going out to the West Coast where I will burn in a desert. It's going to be the end of Lorenzo. And I still haven't finished the project. We're going to remedy the situation right now. Because despite everything, our sea rhinoceros looks quite magnificent. Okay, definitely don't want green light. That could be a bad. Could very well be a bad. I kind of this color kind of works. It just exposes it a bit more. So what I have is I don't have a zoom lens attached to my camera. It is my what is it? 55 millimeter prime lens. Supposedly it'll give you better, crisper quality. Uh, we're working with a pretty wide depth of field. I think our app should wait. Uh, the aperture is pretty close. That's the thing about these like these old lenses is you can see the aperture like slides inside of the lens. It's really cool stuff. But I'd just like to run a series of tests. This looks sick. This is like prehistoric. I might not even need to add libs. Oh, the black light. Okay, wait, hold on. If I turn this off, shoot, I don't feel like turning off all the other lights, but hold on a second. Maybe I can take a picture. Like, here's the thing, like, using the black light is probably gonna expose him a bit too much. Like, it's gonna get really, really bright. And yes, I only have a flashlight. I don't have like an actual proper blacklight. But do you see this? You see how bright this gets? Here's the thing. I wasn't implementing the blacklight paint to like use it. I wasn't like planning on using it in the episode. I just thought it would be cool because this is going to be a collector's piece. You know what I mean? Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Just for my own sanity, because, not gonna lie, I'm a little bit traumatized from working on the Clay Fighter project 2 years ago. What I like to do before I move forward with like filming is I like to just take a screenshot of the image that we have and just very quickly drop it into Adobe Premiere and just run a quick little, what do you call it? Like an ultra key test just to make sure that it's gonna nice and smoothly key out because you don't want to shoot footage and then realize that it's like you're gonna be fighting with the ultra key the whole time. That's just tragic. Ah, shoot. I don't want to make a new project. Bro, are you serious? I I have a like a project already in Adobe Premiere Pro, but it's at wait, 16 by, no, 9 by 16 aspect ratio, which is not what I need right now. I'm gonna make a throwaway project. Yeah, no, but the the black white paint is cool though. It's a cool little novelty. Hello? Okay, here we go. We got it up in Premiere. I'm just running a quick test on it. All right. Looking pretty good. Oh my God. This looks so sick. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, so like here's the other thing. Sure, I'll save whatever. So like the other thing is since we have more distance between the puppet and the green backdrop, we got quite a bit of distance here. That means that less of the green light is going to reflect up onto the puppet, which could be a problem. Oh, you better not be watching the stream without your anti-sea rhinoceros undergarments, because if you are not wearing them, you're going to have a bad time. Let's see. So I have some purple clay, which I'm going to get. Now, like I said, I might not even need this at all. I can't help myself. So like, so here's the vision. Oh, this stuff is so soft. It's like the perfect consistency. So like, so take a look here. See how I can just like give him a nostril? And that is nice and discreet. It's hard to see. Hold on a second. I know it's hard to see on. How do I make this go down? Help me. Okay. Only thing that's driving me crazy about the setup is we just have a little too much shaking, and I don't have any sandbags to put on top of here, I don't think. So we're just going to have to be a bit extra careful. But like I was saying, so check this out. Oh, the footage is like flipped. Hold on a second. You guys see that? Like, that nostril just blends right in. It's very, very discreet. You don't you don't need very much. Like look at that. So I can get like a good little nostril flare. Oh, this is so cool. I don't know why more people don't do this. Like, you know, who would make like TikTok I'm a bee dancing videos when you could make this? Granted, I did not get to this level overnight, not at all, but like come on, this is cool. I can cook sometimes. Okay, I want this to read. So so I'm gonna have to make that nostril like get really big. Oh shoot! Wait a second. Okay, so guys, we also have some additional news. We actually have an article going up soon. I did a little interview with animeclay.com, getting ready to go live. Awesome, yo. Okay, so look, this should be going live soon, and then I can share this with you all. You guys can check it out after the stream. Yeah, talking about the work that I do, including sharing a bit about the sea bear and sea rhinoceros, which we are filming today. Yeah, Mark, welcome to the stream. I was just reading your email. I couldn't keep you waiting until the end of the night. I'm sure it's terrific. But I'm gonna send you an email anyway because I like being formal. Here's a wave for you. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Wait, let me give you a better view of our sea rhinoceros. We're a little bit zoomed out, but check it out. Everybody, shout out to animeclay.com. We are joined by Mark, who runs the place. Shout out to Mark, everybody. Mark, if you're still here, I just sent you the green light. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's more than fine. Shout out to Mark, animeclay.com, everybody. We'll all see you there soon. Yeah, that's good. That's a good little So check it out. You can see right here, we've got three nostrils now. Different sizes. Oh, wait, you know what? I wonder if I'll give him drool. Because I have more of that hair gel. I have copious amounts of that hair gel that I still need to use for animations. I may just have to go all out. Yeah, you see this? Where are my tools? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yo, wait, okay. Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man movie. Okay, guys, so here's the thing. I'm not a Spider-Man guy. I've only ever seen the Spider-Verse movies. I've not seen anything else Spider-Man. But I found out that yeah, so a new Spider-Man movie came out. It's been out for less than a week and it's already made like $1 billion. I- Is Spider-Man like really worth that hype? Like, is it really like that good? Like to me, it's crazy that like from the outset as like someone who's never seen Spider-Man other than the Spider-Verse films. And granted, like I don't know how tonally similar they are to the popular live action Spider-Man films. I would imagine they are a bit. But yeah, it's like everyone talks about how oh, we're having superhero movie fatigue, we're having or what is it? Marvel fatigue, we're having Star Wars fatigue, we're having fatigue, fatigue, fatigue. People are always talking about fatigue. But what's like amazing about like Spider-Man is that they've been consistently making Spider-Man movies like every couple years for like the past 10 years. Like those the Tom Holland movies cuz the new one's a Tom Holland film, right? Like I'm astonished that like they've been making these Tom Holland Spider-Man movies for what, like 10 years and one just came out 10 years later, makes $1 billion in a weekend. Like, what? I'm gonna get the hair gel. I can't help it. I can't resist. Check this out. This stuff smells good too. This stuff has a like appropriately viscous consistency for animation use. First time I heard about this stuff, or well, just using hair gel in general for stop motion, it was like saw in like a YouTube tutorial. I wonder if I'll do like a what do you call it, like a little eyelid like twitch. No, you're good. Welcome to the stream. Genius, where? I heard last year that what new Superman movie came out and people said it was good. Yeah, I felt bad. Like you have these classic superheroes like Batman and Superman, pretty much like all the DC stuff, and the movies would come out and I would just hear about how bad they were. Like, man, like these classic characters of fiction and like DC just seems to fumble it every time. And this is coming from someone who just trying to think when the most recent like superhero film I saw was. It was probably Deadpool Wolverine because my buddy's a comic book artist for Marvel and DC. And yeah, we he knows Rob Liefeld, creator of Deadpool, so he like he went to go see the film. We saw it together. It was fun. I don't know if I'm like cringe for only seeing Deadpool of all the superheroes, but and let me make sure our exposure is sufficient. Oh, this is so tough. I'm going to get some. I'm not going to use this violet color for the eyelids. I'm going to get something a bit brighter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, also I have to reset the membership goal for the month, but I'm sure it can hang out for one more stream. Yeah. This pops better. I don't know who specifically decided it was a better idea to like make the eyelids a different color from the rest of the character's face. I think it's just because I've seen it done in like Aardman films so many times. I'm like, if Aardman's doing it consistently, it has to be there has to be a reason for it, right? Yo, how what's up, Hexatoons? Welcome back. Yeah, doesn't our sea rhinoceros look beautiful? Yeah, we ran a test to make sure that it would integrate into Adobe Premiere all right, and it looks like we're good to go. So we are giving the sea rhinoceros just a set of lips that we can animate, and I'm also just going to make him some eyelids, or one eyelid rather, just to get a little bit more life out of him because hold on a second. I need my tool. Because here's the thing, like remember, don't be fooled. This you can have the most beautiful looking stop motion puppet ever. You can. But if you don't get the eyes right, you would be surprised how much life you lose in the animation. A huge part of good animation is in the eyes. The eyes are like what really makes something come to life. So, if you guys want a good example, go watch Adam Elliott, creator of Mary and Max, or director. Go watch like the early films that he made, like in the 90s. One's called Uncle, one's called Brother, one's called Cousin. Like the models in those, the clay models, because they are actual clay models, those clay models are very, very rough, but they look so alive, and that's because Adam Elliott really understood that it's all in the eyes, and they look just as lifelike as something like an Aardman animation, you know. Let's see. I wonder if I can like tweak. Mm. Yeah, you don't want to blow up his face too much. Yes, yes, the eyes. We spend a lot of time looking at eyes when we are interacting with something. There's a lot of communication that goes on there. Only reason I'm a little concerned about the light is because I just want to make sure the drool shows up okay. But we're looking pretty good here, honestly. Oh my god. All right. I'm gonna really just get this on the teeth. It'll wipe off after. I have to be very liberal with how I apply this. Just really, really get it all up in there. This thing has already been painted and I've sprayed fixative on it. It's gonna be fine. This is like a water-based hair gel. I'll never forget watching Will Vinton's A Claymation Easter as a kid and just like the scene when Wilshire Pig is rooting through the carrot patch and he gets attacked by the dog. He like pulls the dog underground by accident along with a carrot, and seeing the drool run down the dog's teeth and just being like, "Oh, that's disgusting." I love it. Oh my god. Oh shoot, look at that. Like I like how this looks better, but I've already applied the stuff. I don't know if the sea rhinoceros is just like too if he's too far away for it to really read. Like, here, hold on a second. Little on the fence right now. You just mess with it a little bit because we already got it on the teeth. It's so weird looking. Yeah, because the sea rhinoceros doesn't have a close up, is the thing. Sea bear, I'm planning on giving a close up, but sea rhinoceros doesn't have that. So what I'm kind of getting at is the shadows I'm seeing here. You guys see this? Like these shadows all between the teeth. There's a lot of variation. I like how they read from far away. You know what I mean? Trying to get it out of the crevices of the teeth, more onto the lips, kind of work our way out. And maybe I'll have like a subtle light. I'll take this light over here, the colored light, and just kind of put it somewhere over on this side so we can try and do that because you guys recommended after in our previous streams, you recommended recreating that thing that I did in my original version of this episode, where once Squidward notices the sea rhinoceros is staring at him, like the fire goes out. Someone, I mean, I forgot who it was in the chat, but you guys really appreciated that, and you suggested that I do that again, and I think you guys are right. It's one of those little details I did as a kid that was a stroke of genius. Okay. Yo, Lethal Lord, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're kind of figuring out the teeth drool situation. I think I'm gonna maybe put some on like the top of the mouth. Here's the thing, it's like I do kind of like thick globs of this stuff, because if you don't make it thick enough, the stuff will dry out and you'll be able to see it like in the playback. Oh yeah, we're not painting. This is stop motion here. Yeah, no, this guy's all painted. He's good to go. So these lips are soft clay. I have to resist the urge to lean on the glass. And we have a series of different nostrils right here. So as you can see here, oops. We're gonna start like this. Oops. That way we can get some nostril animation. And we also have a few eyelids as well. Is it practice? Nah. I mean, this is probably gonna be used in the actual episode. If I don't like how this turns out, I can always film it again. But you know what? It's like it's never gonna be perfect anyway. So I just film it. Just have to take it one step at a time, one frame at a time, because I definitely get caught up in the preparation portion of stop motion when really you just gotta film. Oh my god, I'm so thirsty. What the heck? I know. Doesn't this look so metal? But yeah, so this way we're gonna get some animation on the lip. And we have the eyelids, and we're gonna have some animation on the nostril here. So I think we're good to go. Just gonna move this light. Yeah, I had to throw together this camera setup because this is my first time filming with this rig, with this new setup in my room. Oh no, 1 second. The wood here, this board on the right hand side, you see where the light is? It's the wood is blocking it from hitting the puppet. I'm trying to see if I can. Oh, we got the sea bear too. Sea bear's here. I want to start with the sea rhinoceros because he's going to be the easiest. Can I turn this down a little bit? Smidgen. All right, let's see. So before and after. Oh, not at all, not at all. So that's a really good question. Yeah, so really like it's that's not necessarily a rule. Like you can have a soft head, of course. Like I do that all the time. But like in this case, like I wanted something that had a lot of detail. But actually, you know what? For professional stop motion animation, it's actually a really good idea to have a nice hard head, like something that's cured, and then the components that move, like the mouths, this be done with soft stuff. Because what's moving needs to be soft, but you can have a nice solid cured head as a foundation. So this is made with Super Sculpey, which is a polymer clay. So I pretty much just, oh yeah, it's gonna work. So I pretty much just I sculpt it and then I bake it in the oven at 275 degrees Fahrenheit for like 20 minutes. Let it cool off very, very slowly, then just paint it. Oh, this is gonna be sick. This will be a good effect. I'm gonna take a test shot. Another one. Oh no, that's not a test shot. That's a test shot. Gravy. All right. Let's give this a shot. What soundboard app did I use for my older videos? I do not remember. It was something that I like went to the app store and looked up sound effects on my mom's phone when I was a kid. That was why I did. All right, let's feel it out. Let's bring this guy to life. I'm gonna get my little remote. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to be like stomping around too much because our overhead mount is a little bit shaky. I don't care if it's my room. I cannot in good consciousness leave an object on the floor. Something that I've learned in my working days is that anything left on the floor can and will be tripped on. Remember that. I think the last time I used this was for I was using it on my old computer because I was teaching a class and the my students were using this remote. It's a good remote. Yeah, and I've exhausted the use of all of my USB-C ports. So it's a good thing this is Bluetooth. I remember filming with Mr. Magic, and every time I would hit a button here, it would like gradually move closer and closer and closer into the shot. So I had to move it out a few times. Oh man, what am I doing? Permission to come aboard, permission granted. Welcome. Remake some of my non-Lego SpongeBob videos. Any particular ones? Certainly not remaking any episodes of Clay Crumbling, if that's what you're wondering. Yeah, Clay Crumbling. Now here's the thing about Clay Crumbling. Clay Crumbling, you have to accept that show, warts and all. You can't try and pave over it and like put makeup on it, smooth over the bumps. Clay Crumbling must be accepted for all that he is and was and ever will be. Gonna make it a little bit more subtle. I'm also going to turn on the toggle. What's up, Anime Clay? Uh, Anime Clay, make sure to send me an email of the article. I'm going to try and forward it to everyone, open it up, go over quickly after the stream, after animating. Everyone watching, if you like this kind of work, just love stop motion in general, make sure you check out animateclay.com. Our buddy Mark here is another one of the few people keeping the spirit of clay animation alive. And he's also collaborated with a lot of really cool people who also do work like this. So you'll notice I'm shooting at twos, which comes out, I mean, we're at 15 frames per second, so about 7.5 frames per second. If my math is not incorrect. Wait. So the reason that I'm shooting at twos is this will give like his floatiness a little bit more of a slower feeling. I did the same thing with when filming Mr. Magic. Like, dude, you tell me, any of you guys, do you ever see something like this in other Brick films? Tell me if there's anyone else who does stuff like this. You, the people, deserve this. It's a labor of love. But I have to do it. I mean, if I don't, who will? For you, so you, the people, don't have to. Okay, so he's starting to make sounds. I'm gonna just move his lips a bit. Favorite part of filming the episode so far? That's a tough one. I will have to say that, like, even though, like, I would totally rather, like, of course I want all of my animations to be, like, wild, crazy, stand out, doing something new, doing something you never seen before. Because those kinds of things, those, like, really crazy out there shots, like, when you look back on the work, like, in your demo reels at the beginning of the next year, those are the shots that like you're the most proud of. But I do have to say that when filming the Lego portions of the episodes, there's something like really therapeutic about it. But I can say with certainty that I'm going to absolutely love, like, I'm going to be popping on this episode of BrickBob Films like years down the road and revisiting the the very scene that you are watching me film now. I'm going to be revisiting the scene, this and the sea bear. Yeah, I still revisit like the Squid Bob tentacle pants clay animation scenes, and Survival of the Idiots, and even like the scene with the gorilla in BrickBob Films, I Had an Accident. Oh, I redid some bits from the Wonderland Adventures episodes in Conquer Bedford. Okay, so yeah, so that was a thing like very early on in Clay Kremling. The episodes I made, like particularly, yeah, the Wonderland episode and the Conquer episode, I think those were the only two. I Some of those episodes went way too long. Can anyone tell me how long the Wonderland Adventures episode is? I don't know. I can't say off the top of my head how long it is, but for those of you who don't know, like the first version, like the first draft or cut of that episode was it was like half an hour long. It was way too long. Yeah, like when I first started filming, well, actually before filming Clay Kremling, it was more like the production phase. I would like, I would just spend hours and hours like writing the scripts for the episodes and just writing the scripts, getting all my ideas, like all like the terrible jokes I had in my head, like just getting them down on the page. And then eventually I just kind of winged it, like in the writing phase. Like I would get kind of too lost in writing the scripts, so I would just kind of start recording and go with what felt natural to me, recounting my experience playing the game. Yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Good to have you back. Good to see you again. We are in sea bear, sea rhinoceros territory. Very exciting. Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, it's so weird because it's like I don't want to animate the sea rhinoceros at ones, or excuse me, at twos, but him floating up and down, that should be at twos, if that makes sense. They they have to occur independently of one another. So I'm going to rotate. See that? So he's continuing that motion, but I'm going to scoot him down vertically on the y-axis, just a smidgen. What's being used to hold the camera at this angle? Okay, so I I bought a special overhead camera mount rig that clips right into my desk. Like there's fasteners that grip into the sides of your desk, and we're taking it for a test drive. So the rig comes with its own unique clip for the top bar, and that's what's holding my camera in right now. So keep in mind, this is the same, although this is the same setup technically that I used for filming Mr. Magic last year. First of all, I'm not filming this in the basement elsewhere at my other studio. This is I'm filming this in my room. This is not being filmed with my buddy's equipment. So when filming Mr. Magic last year, like I organized like a couple shooting days at my other studio, and I contacted my buddy who's a cinematographer, and I was like, "Hey man, do you have any like good equipment for like rigging the camera like top down?" And he's like, "Yeah, man, I can hook you up. How long you need it for?" I'm like, "Oh, a few days." He's like, "Sure, man, I got you." So I scheduled a time to go over there, and I picked up his rig on the way, his mount, and it was a really good thing. I mean, it worked like a charm, but it was like kind of an old design. Like his didn't clip into the tables. It had like each pole, like keep in mind, the poles I have, it's kind of hard to describe because they're not on camera right now. But each one of them is like mounted directly onto my desk. But his, like, each one had its own stand, like its own, what is it, just like tripod, just like one of those simple kind of like, oh, C stands, if you know what that is. It was a C stand. And yeah, I miss that. Look, nothing can be more convenient than animating in your room. Like, absolutely not. But I miss those days of like scrapping things together and being like, "Ooh, I'm gonna do a shoot. I'm gonna leave my territory, my room for several days, and I'm gonna film a project over at my other place, and I'm not allowed to come home until it's done. I mean, I can come home, but I won't be able to. I know I'm gonna have to go back. I have a job to do." Yeah. Oh God, this is so tough. But yeah, I like the thing about camera equipment and just filming equipment in general is it's expensive usually, and it takes up a lot of space. For me, like you can find good stuff nowadays for a budget friendly price, but still a big thing for me is stuff taking up space that's not being used, because that's gonna, oh my God, that can be really annoying. But yeah, no, this rig, this mount that I got, it was like 70 bucks. Got it on B&H Photo. It's really cool. Awesome. I thought I would have to spend way more. Yeah, so actually my camera is technically facing this whole set upside down. But fortunately, so you're going to see right here, see this button right here? That flips the footage. But yeah, you can also mirror it. Yeah. We love Dragon Frame. Yeah, it's just like you don't even have to like mirror it or invert it. Like you flip it 180 degrees and it just works. Whoops, too much. Now, as for what I kind of have going on here with the whole like, this is an animation stage. This is where I filmed Lolo the Lucky Clown. I just removed the the perforated steel sheet that mounts on top. And yeah, when you do it, it makes a really good like little you lay a piece of glass across it, and I'm holding it in with about four F clamps, one on each corner, and it makes a good little table for top down. What do they call it? Like relief animations, ma relief. I don't know. It's just top down stop motion because you don't want to have to be like, oh my gosh. Before I got this mount, I used to like do quick animations top down, and just having to like expand my entire tripod, having to animate like in between the legs. I'm basically underneath the tripod, which is not easy. And just like it being so uncomfortable, but this rig is really doing the trick. I'm hoping it will encourage me to do more top-down animation. Because for something like stop motion, where really the biggest problem with stop motion, the biggest problem in all of stop motion is that you're fighting gravity. That's it. You are fighting gravity. And that is a hard thing to do when you need things to be still on camera in sequence to frames, right? But doing this, even though it requires some new equipment, it does solve that issue. You defy gravity. I envy you. Gosh, I remember, I mean, look, you know the struggle. Like animating Lego characters, I remember all the times when I would be trying to film Lego characters and I just like, you knock one of them over and it's just like dominoes, like they all fall. So nowadays I just use clay. I do not like I like just don't care anymore. It's not even that noticeable and it actually improved the animation quite a bit. That was like another reason why I started doing those like videography portions because it's like we know it's not real. It's a cartoon. Plus, it's made for YouTube for God's sakes. It's not made with AI, right? There is there's nothing AI about this. Actually, you know, I'm gonna redo that frame, move those lips. Oh, sticky tacks. I've heard of that. Sticky tack? I actually have to try that stuff. But functionally it sounds like the same thing that I'm doing. I'm just using some like wax clay. Oh, what's so good about this green backdrop is it's going to contrast nice with the purple. Help the ultra key. Yeah, so what I did was when I was going to my studio space last year to film for Mr. Magic, I let's see, I picked up my buddy's equipment and then I went to the art store because they have like a frame, picture frame section. And I picked up this piece of glass. This is let's see. Uh 20 by 16 glass. So it fit nicely. Tape can be weak, which is frustrating. Yeah. Yeah, tape is like I kind of have a love but mostly hate relationship with tape. Like me using adhesives like tape is fine for like a temporary solution, but I don't ever use like adhesive strips to like permanently or hopefully permanently secure something to a a like a ceiling or a wall. Cause like over time gravity's gonna wear it out, you know? Yeah, this is think about it. Think about that. Being able to see an episode of BrickBob films and then you can just watch. You can live the experience making it. Oops. Okay, so check this out. It's like I don't want him to look too floaty, so I'm having the gravity kind of weigh down the hind of his body first. You see that? It's pretty subtle. Oh my God, I'm falling. I lost my equilibrium. So it's subtle because I know that you guys have a pretty small window, but it's gonna give more gravity to the animation, more like organic weight to it. It is it's astonishing what just a little bit of simple physics, like how much more realistic that can make your animation. And keep in mind, this is not something I've studied like formally. It's just like you watch animation and you do it and you're like you see what works, and then you have to think and you have to analyze, why does that work? Why is the professionals product professionaling and mine isn't? And then you just figure it out. Yeah, this putting a lot of care and attention into it, but it makes the animation feel that much more meaningful. Hello? Oh, this is terrifying. It's nightmare fuel. You know, the funny thing is, even though I'm filming this with a 16 by 9 aspect ratio mask, I technically don't really need it because he's just going to be composited into the footage anyway. But it's fine. It's going to be fine. Oh, well, thank you so much for your saying so. Look, it means the world to me, and like this that's why I keep doing this, you know? Because look, take it from me, I know exactly what it feels like to be a little, a young kid and see something inspiring and just saying like, I want to do that. Thank you so much for saying that. That just made my night. Oh, actually, you guys are gonna get if you hop over to animeclay.com, you're gonna see something special in the article that I did with them. There's actually pictures of me when I was first learning. I'm not kidding. There are pictures of me when I was first learning how stop motion worked. Like actually, like probably the second or first animation I ever made. I was 7 years old. I had like just turned 7, and you'll see pictures of me in that article. That was, gosh, such a special time. Oh, I'm like really thirsty, even though I've already drank like 6 cups of water. Wait, no, not six. I've already drank my 64 ounces of water. What did I look like? Well, you're gonna find out. Maybe if you go to animateclay.com, here's what you can do. Open a new tab because you do not have permission to leave my stream. Not when we are working on the sea bear. Rhinoceros. Wait, someone find it already? Yeah, if you, it might be, I think it's probably published right now. I mean, uh, Mark from the website, he was just here. Wormy? Oh, with the tape. Yeah, so I oh man. Gosh, Wormy, that was such an old episode. That must have been from like 2013, 2014. But yeah, like for the longest time, I like really didn't want to learn how to do the rigging. Oh, thank you so much, Mark. Anime Clay. Yeah, well, you know what? We'll go over it together after I'm done filming. We'll go over it together later. But yeah, be sure to check it out on your own time. Show some support for animeclay.com. But yeah, so for the longest time, like I knew that there were tutorials on YouTube about how to like, how to have a rig in your animation and then mask out the rig so you can make your character look like they're, flying or jumping or something like that. But I just I was like this I'll have I know at some point in my life I will have no choice but to learn how to do this, but until then I just want to enjoy I want to enjoy just having all my animation be done on camera and doing minimal editing. Cuz I was just never super big on editing. Like I always was like animation first. Even then, we're really spoiled nowadays because of how sophisticated these editing tools are and just how easy it is to edit. I have no clue what it must have been like being an editor before digital media. Like I couldn't even imagine. Yo, thanks for coming, Mark. Have a good one. Shout out to Mark. Animeclay.com, everyone. Yeah, we'll be going over that later. But right now we are cooking with our sea rhinoceros. What program am I using? I'm using Dragon Frame. Yeah, this is the industry standard stop motion program. It's what Aardman uses, it's what Leica uses, it's what Shadow Machine uses. Pretty much any professional stop motion project being made for film and TV today is being made with it pretty much. It's a really good program, but I wouldn't recommend getting it unless you're more serious about investing in stop motion because it's like there are so many like really cheap programs that will get they'll have all the features that you need. Keep in mind that I didn't start learning how to use Dragon Frame until after I ended BrickBob Films for the first time. That was at the end of 2016. I was like, oh my gosh, I was 15. Yeah, we're making the camping episode. We're filming the sea rhinoceros. So this sea rhinoceros will be composited into the final footage. So yeah, my resolution was that it would be easier to just film the sea bear and the sea rhinoceros first. Didn't I make a new rock bottom? 20 What was 2013? We watched it on stream. I think it must have been 2013, I think. Yes. This is a production that will premiere on BrickBob Films. What older episode do I want to remake? Hmm. Yeah, like I it's the most peculiar thing because remakes were never meant to be this like thing that I would do regularly, but because my animation just improved so much, it became more and more common. So I'm trying to think like what's something I could really bring back to it. It's just so hard to say off the top of my head because I've just made so many episodes of Brick Bob films, you know? Just so many. I've made over 100. It's just kind of hard to keep track. Ah, shoot. He's kind of getting close to the bottom of the mask. Hold on a second. I'm going to turn off this toggle for a second. When I export the footage, I don't need to export with the mask. I don't think so. Man, where are you? Export movie. Include use the crop to aspect ratio. Yeah, I'm just not going to do that. So we have the mask right here, but I'm gonna set the opacity to about 50%. So now you can see that we have more we have more that's being filmed that's just not necessarily on the feed. It's such a funny sound. How many frames is that? I don't want to get my hands wet. Hello? The lip moved more than I thought it would. Lorenzo, do you like fire trucks? Well, you know something, I believe it or not, and maybe you do, maybe you don't already know, but I might know a thing or two about fire trucks. It depends, it really depends on how long you've been watching my streams. I think fire trucks are okay, personally. I have a funny relationship with fire trucks. Oops. Uh, Icy sneezes.
Good thing. The sound of a sea bear attack. Good thing we're all wearing our. Good thing we're all wearing our anti-sea right.
How do I'm just reviewing the timeline of this all. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Oh, wow, I think we're further along than I thought. Oh, yeah. We're gonna make that fire go out soon. I feel like okay, we were talking earlier about someone asked what episode do I remake? Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so I guess it would have to be something like that I could do clay animation for, like Sandy, SpongeBob and the Worm or Suds. You know what I mean? Still though, like I don't think doing a clay SpongeBob for Suds could top the monstrosity that was the clay SpongeBob's I did for Gary Takes a Bath and the remake. It's so funny, the original Gary Takes a Bath, where I basically took like in a freshly opened super not super Sculpey, just Sculpey 3 orange clay and then put eyeballs on him and gave him a mouth. Oh my gosh, that was amazing. I still remember watching the premiere for the Gary Takes a Bath remake and everybody saying bath delivery in the chat. Like just the whole chat turned into bath delivery. I was like, everyone, let's say it. Okay, but because someone brought up fire trucks, like I have to say it. So I am legally licensed to drive fire trucks because I used to be a firefighter. So I oh man, I don't know if I'll tell this man, I'm gonna tell the story. So like I took like a state test, a fire truck driving test. I'm not making this up. I What happened was I went to EMS school like 3 years ago when I was trying to be a firefighter and I graduated and right after I got certified, I was like, oh, well, what should I do next? So I did the physical, the fire. There's like a special firefighter physical and mental test that you're put through. So I did that, and then I was like, oh, okay, I guess I should probably get certified to drive fire trucks. So I took a class, and oh my God, it was so boring. It was probably one of the most boring classes I ever took. Because like keep in mind like they're not just letting you drive like in service fire trucks for when you're when you know when you're a student. what they do is like at this school is they had like retired fire trucks. I think they were retired. But like, not super old, but just like not being used, like the loaners. This was a big fire school. So I gosh, the class was like a month. I remember waking up at like 6 in the morning and it was like just at that time of year when the beautiful summer weather was gone. I remember being at this fire school that was by the it was like by the ocean, I think. It was near the ocean, near the water. And just me and three other people were in the class. That was the maximum amount of people that were allowed to be in the class because everyone needed to have enough time to drive the truck. Like, you could not have more than four people in that class. Oh man, I guess I'll tell the story because we're gonna be animating the sea rhinoceros for a minute. But yeah, so I remember waking up like at 6 in the morning because it was a bit of a drive away. It was like a 45-minute drive. Driving, I would go to the grocery store on the way and pick up like some sandwiches, like the pre-made sandwiches. Drive to the class, and like the classes were like 8 hours. They were freakishly long. Oh wait, it was the better part of 8 hours. I think do like you would do 4 hours and then you'd take a break and then you would do four more. We did have a break. But yeah, pretty much it's like if any of you guys have done driver's ed, it's basically kind of like that, where it's like you have to sit through presentations about how driving fast is dangerous and how not to drink or do drugs. Like that's that was pretty much that's pretty much what the lecture is. But yeah, you're legally required to have to do those classroom hour things. Fortunately, you don't have like any written tests to do about the presentations and stuff like that, the do's and don'ts. But the thing was, what the majority of the class was that you had to prepare for the test. The test had three stages, three big distinct stages. If you make a mistake during any of it, you have to do it again. I mean, you fail, but like the thing is people don't want firefighters to fail. These because the every community needs firefighters, so they don't want you to fail, but they are not going to let you pass if you make a mistake. So the first segment of the test is what you have to do is, and this is pretty mandatory if you're working in like public safety and stuff like that. A lot of just occupations just have this stuff. If you're working with large equipment, you have to perform like a routine visual and like physical assessment of all the equipment that you're using. You know? I don't know if anyone's had to do something like this at work, but a lot of workplaces when you're working with big machinery, especially in something like emergency response or first responders, where like it's a matter of life or death, you need to perform these inspections. So a large majority of the test is simply teaching you what you have to do is you have to with the proctor you have to perform a complete 360-degree inspection of the fire truck from front to back. You have to talk about the bumper. You have to inspect the buckles, the conditions of the hoses, the conditions of the tools on board. You have to check the tires. You have to like hit them with a mallet. You have to make sure all the compartments are working fine. You have got to make sure that the what is it, like the siren works and stuff like that. And while you're doing the test, you have to go into the fire truck, start it up, and perform a test of the air brake system. Because remember, fire trucks, they use an air brake system, kind of like a bus. You know how buses, they'll make that like, that's that's the air brake system. And the funny thing is, I'm like really comfortable doing tests like this because really it's just memorization. It's hands on, it's like see, touch, vocalize, test. That's what the test is. And I had done theater and studied theater, which is literally the exact same thing. You memorize material and then you act it on stage for a show. You have choreography, you have physical action, you do all that stuff. It literally felt like I was doing a theater production. But yeah, there's just like all these like really weird rules in that segment of the test where like I'll never forget. Like there's a part when you go into the cab of the fire truck, you have to say this vehicle is equipped with an air brake system. If you do not vocalize that, you fail. And you know how it is. It's like the proctor isn't going to let you know that you fail until you like did the entire thing, made it to the end. Yeah. No, gosh. Yeah, this fire school, I remember it was right by the water, so we would get a lot of wind, but there was also a sewage plant nearby. So I would be I would sit on the curb, me and my other students, we would sit on the curb and just watch each other taking the like turns driving the fire truck. And I could never like sometimes you would smell the ocean, but then other times you would smell the sewage and like it took a few seconds, but oh man, when a good when a good gust of wind came, we were downwind. Oh god, the smell. Definitely smelled worse, but it certainly didn't sound it did not smell good. And on top of this, this was like 2023, and I remember that all over the news people were talking about spotted lanternflies and urging people to step on them. And there were so many spotted lanternflies like all over the pavement. I would just run around and just stomping on them to like amuse myself. So sorry to any spotted lanternfly uh, fans out there, wherever you are. Yeah, and I'm not even halfway through yet. I still have more to talk about this test. It was such a bizarre test. Sea bear, sea rhinoceros is looking very good. There's a lot of subtlety in this animation, but it's it's just that makes it look more terrifying because you don't get this subtlety with my Lego like animation, like the minifigures. You just you don't really get that very much. And I'm trying to think how I can make that light go out. Hold on a second.
Wearing our anti-sea rhinoceros undergarments. Right. Anti-sea rhinoceros undergarments.
Okay, I think I'm gonna start making that light go out now. I think that's where we are. AFK? I don't know what that means. I don't know when I don't know when it was off the top of my head when I remade Rock Bottom. Maybe wait, hold on a second. Well, yeah, because the first episode of BrickBob films I ever made, like even before Plankton, the first upload on the channel, it was Rock Bottom. That was like my favorite episode when I was a kid. Yeah, but so anyway, back to this test. It was like so yeah, you just had to do this 360 inspection of the the truck. And then after that, once you completed that, then you had to do the parking test. Now, fortunately, you're not doing this on the road. You're literally just doing this around cones. There are very specific instructions, like regulated instructions of where the cones are supposed to be, how they're supposed to be laid out, uh, like down, like it's there's a system to it, and yeah, it's like you the first part you have to do is you have to pull forward, easy. You back up, easy. Um, you have to do a parallel park. That's the hardest part. And then you had to do one where you had to pull forward and you had to back into a spot. It's yeah, the lot of practice. But yeah, like the parking wasn't too bad. I swear, like almost the entire class. It was a month-long class. I'm trying to think how many days a week. I think every weekend for a month, and almost the entire class was just working on the parking. Only once did we go on the road, and it was like I think yeah, we must have each went on the road like once, maybe twice. But it was like it was just like one of those things where it was like we're not going to go on the road until you got to get the parking down. Yeah, so like I don't I don't really have much to say about the whole parking thing. It's pretty self-explanatory. If you can just follow the steps, it's not really that bad. But I remember one time during the class, I thought I was so cool. I like got in the truck and I just started backing it up like willy-nilly, just backing the thing up. And they were like, "Yo, don't do that." I'm like, "What?" Yeah, because like with the fire truck, you need to have a spotter every time you're backing up, always. But I remember where at the fire department I was at, I would see guys just do it all the time. Like, they knew how to handle the vehicle. But yeah, there's like regulations and stuff. Kind of like regular driver's ed. There's all of these rules, but once you're on the road, it's people drive however they want, you know what I mean? I'm no better, I guess. But okay, so what happened was the day of the test. So, what the heck was it? I mean, I'll tell you about when we did the when we drove on the road before the test. I remember I was driving on the road and I'm like driving in like a suburb, very populated, a lot of cars, broad daylight, and I swear to God, just a whole bunch of deer just ran, like they were running all over the place like squirrels. And I was like, "What? Go like you guys aren't gonna wait until dark?" Not that I almost hit a deer. It was just like, I was driving slow, of course, but like, you know. But the day of the test was so funny. So what happened was the day of the test, uh, let's see, all four of us had to go, and none of us like no one wanted to be rude, so no one was like begging to be the first to go. So I was just like, oh, I'll go last. I went either third or last. I don't remember. And the first person that went, she failed. So she had to come back into the building and like wait for the rest of us to go. So then the second guy went and he failed too. And then I'm starting to get a little nervous. I'm like, uh-oh. I don't remember if I went third or if I went last. But anyway, then I went, and the whole time I'm thinking like, okay, I don't know if I'll fail or not. I just have to do what I've been doing the whole time and just hope for the best. So I did the 360 inspection of the fire truck, and after that, the guy was like, "Okay, park." I park, and I'm like, "Okay, well, this is I probably messed up somehow." But then after that, he was like, "Okay, let's go on the road." I'm like, "Oh, all right." So what what happened was he and I we went on the road together, and here's the thing. This where we're driving together, it's like there's cars parallel parked on each side of the street. It's like a suburban town. It's a nice town, but it's very busy. So because there are cars parallel parked on each side of the street, you have to drive down the center of the road. Like even in my town, which is like a small town, well, at least the infrastructure is, like we have people parallel parking, but like it's only on one side of the road. You can still drive have like a lane to yourself. So I'm like, ugh, I don't like this driving in the center of the road thing. But also I guess I'm in a fire truck, so I don't think I'm gonna get bullied on the road like I normally do. And oh my God, me and the proctor we're in the car, we're in the truck together, and I'm just getting ready to drive like down a block. Like a whole block is ahead of me. And I see all the way at the other end of this block another fire truck. And I just like kind of slow down to a stop, and it was so funny because like even the proctor that was like in the past the officer seat, he was like, "Oh, what is this? Like, are you kidding me?" So we just like we have a me and this other fire truck, we just have a standoff for just a few seconds, and the other truck wasn't moving, so the proctor was like, "Okay, I guess you're good to go. He's gonna let you go." I'm like, "Okay." So then I just drive. After that, um, the it must have been intense. Oh boy, those dude, I those were the days. Those were the days. That was such a fun. Like I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but like there's like different types of fun. There's like type 1 fun, type 2 fun, and type 3 fun. I just remember I heard this from a friend like years ago. So I don't know if this is like even correct data. Holy shit, I forgot to turn off the light. Oops. Yeah, so type 1 fun, I don't remember what that is. Maybe it's just regular fun. I don't know what type 1 fun is. Type 2 fun is something that you like strongly despise and detest in the moment, but then when you look back on it, you're like, "Oh wait, that was fun." Okay, hold on a second. I think I have to. Yeah, so like school is a really big one for people when it comes to type 2 fun. Like you hate it in the moment, but then you look back on it and you're like, "Oh wait, those were good times." That I guess is like type 2 fun. and type 3 fun is something that's like it's fun in theory, but then it just sucks. Like you just hate it. Yeah, like EMS school was like I don't know if we have any other EMTs in our chat or just watching in the distant future, but like me, I did it over the summer. It was like it's 200 hours worth of material and you're doing that stuff in like 3 months. Yeah, some I think some kids do it over like a couple school years in high school, but nah, I just did like a straight up like get the class done. That was a type 2 fun class definitely. Like I it like sucked in the moment. It was so much studying. It was so interactive, hands-on, made a fool of myself numerous times. But when I look back on it, that was a fun class. But yeah, the truck driving class was just like, oh God, it was so boring. Yeah, I'll never forget like this was a few months before I returned to animation. Like it was the day of testing and it was just like we're all waiting to go do our thing and I was just thinking to myself like, huh, do I want to do this like for the rest of my life? Maybe there's just maybe there's something else. Just maybe. And that eventually led me here. One thing leads to another. I would 1 million times rather do my my fire truck driving test again than take my road test for my driver's license. That sucked. Doing those tests like really sucks. Yeah, the no dude, like my like the guy that tested me, like he straight up just yelled at me at one point for literally no reason. It was so funny. Yeah, but a lot of people have like really weird stories of like taking their road tests and stuff. For some people, it's just super smooth, but nah. For me, it just had to suck. Yeah, remember, I I have unusual hidden talents because I'm an animator. It's I'm doing this, but yeah, I play the clarinet. I'm also a licensed fire truck driver. I do know that I have not made him blink. I thought I had more time, honestly. Hello? Oh, thank you so much for saying so. Yeah, it's like it's so different than firefighting, right? But it's the thing that I find the most fulfilling, you know? And I will say, like, take it from me, if there's something that you really, 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 really care about, just more than anything, if you set aside time to do it and, you commit to it and really, when you give it 110%, you would be surprised with what you can accomplish in like a year. 6 months, but like a year, like you can accomplish quite a bit in a year. But remember, the the universe and just every day is going to be a test of how much you want it, you know? Trust me, it happens to me, it happens to all of us. It just comes with it. I think that we have this thing where just like the more you care about something, the more mentally daunting it is to our own detriment more than it has to be. It was the same thing for me with like things like college and firefighting and my other ventures, but like despite doing other things, like nothing ever really emotionally struck a chord with me as much as animation. Oh, I was like, did this break off? No, it didn't. The lips just peeling off. Hello? All right, the mount shaking doesn't seem to be a problem. It's actually kind of stable. I thought it might be more of a problem, but it isn't, which is good. Nevertheless, I still do get itchy from using this desk because my right hand reaches out to hit the button to raise or lower it, and the button isn't there. And then I remember, oh no, I'm not using the motorized desk. This light isn't. No, no, no. Okay. Yeah, another motorized desk would be good, but still, I wanna earn it first, you know. But having another desk at all just in this corner of my room, period, has already been great in like it's forcing me to rearrange like okay, I have these two corners dedicated to productivity. Now what about the closet? The closet is something that I have been putting off for a long time. How am I going to animate the musical part for the campfire song? I think I'll do like I don't know. I'm going to have fun with it. just, I don't know. I have not thought that far ahead. It's one of those things that doesn't need meticulous planning, like the sea rhinoceros and sea bear obviously do. So I'm looking forward to the fact that it's not something like that. Oh, that lip is so good. This is looking amazing. Come on now. Surprised that never happens to me. Yeah, well, my family knows I stream, but yeah, that was one of the things like about growing up doing like stop motion. Like my family always knew that I just had like that I loved the stop motion animation. Like I didn't. I mean, the fact that I was doing stop motion, that's arbitrary. Just they knew that I had a thing that I liked doing, and they would just allow me the breathing space to just do it because I like I know a lot of kids like growing up, their parents, maybe you guys understand what I mean, but like their parents thought that if their kids weren't doing something, like if they weren't doing a sport or taking a class, if they had literally any free time whatsoever, that was a bad. Like, no, no, that's a bad. You can't if your kid has free time, that's a bad. Me, I mean, I had nothing but free time. And I got bored a lot, so I gravitated to this. Yo, what's going on? Our wizard has joined our stream. Thank you so much. Shout out to our overseas viewers, as always. You have walked in on the most terrifying beast in Bikini Bottom coming to life. Something very magnificent. Yeah, I remember when I was re-uploading the Graveyard Shift, I was thinking of doing a like a clay animation Nosferatu, but I ultimately decided against it. I don't I was so busy doing stuff at the time and like it was like, do I really want to go that far out of my way to make like a puppet and a character in a clay animation for a re-upload of a way older animation? It just wasn't like if I really just had my heart in on it, I would have done it, but it wasn't it. Like I was like, you know what? The 2D one is enough. I spent a whole evening working on that little animation anyway. And you know, it's stylistically distinct. If I did a clay animation Nosferatu, it would have been way, way too scary. I would have terrified y'all. Okay, he's almost done. Bulbous. As Straw, I'm sure as you very well know, the sea rhinoceros is among one of the most critically endangered species on the planet. Is it a mammal? Is it a marine animal? I don't know. I'm not a biologist or a zoologist. I'm a humble fledgling animator. But yeah, the now seeing this guy come to life has been just as fascinating for me. Okay, we are concluding the animation on the sea rhinoceros, so I am going to end him on a like a loop. I'm gonna give him like a floaty, like Mr. Magic uh idle animation. I'll shoot it at twos just in case. Wait, how are the lips moving? Oh, how's our stream? Stream's looking okay. Oh, the Lego vampire. I'm gonna be real honest with you, that did not even cross my mind. Well, I don't think I didn't have my Legos set up. But yeah, you know what? That might have been just quicker. I that did not even for the slightest second cross my mind. You see, this is why I do streams, like bringing in the more like collaborative aspect of animation. Like I don't have all the best ideas, you know? When it comes to something like this, I tend to know like what ideas are going to work. Granted, I am on an ivory tower because like I didn't create SpongeBob nor did I write these scripts. But I mean like in piecing it all together like this whole animation thing. But even then like you've seen that like that first day that I was working on the sea bear trying to figure out his body and it just wasn't working like I needed some a little bit of time to be like yeah, this has to go in a different direction. Not a different direction, but it needed a different design. let's try this. I'm gonna try cheating a little bit. Oh, okay, that's... Hold on a second. Well, that's really good. I don't think there's anything left I can really bring to it. I think we just did it. I think that's it. Oh, wow. Just, wow. You can see my face. I mean, yeah, it's magnificent. And you know something? It's like, I'm sure I could film it again and it would be like 5% better, maybe, but just have to keep moving forward. And you know what? We have everything in the meantime. It's not going anywhere. So I think we have to set our sea rhinoceros aside. That was his close up. Something magnificent. How long has it been? 2.5 hours? Yeah, it's always touch and go at first. I'm gonna stop the clock really quick. Um, yeah, sea rhinoceros. But yeah, like think about all the hours that we spent working on this, all for what? 2 hours of filming. So now here's the thing: the sea bear isn't going to be nearly as subtle. He will have subtle moments, but I knew that animating the sea rhinoceros would be very delicate. You know, I don't need. I don't. I don't just have like a surface to like put this stuff down on. I think I'll just have to do this. Hold on a second. Okay. All right, sea rhinoceros, you're gonna go in the corner over there. Okay, wait. So we're gonna have to move this because our sea bear is really quite green. I have to. I'm just gonna keep this as far away as possible. Oh, everything's a mess. But here. Sea rhinoceros, everybody. Make a fine collector's piece. sea bear, everybody. So wait, let me show you what we're dealing with here in terms of mouths. We're gonna have to relight this guy, but here's our sea bear. Here are his mouths. And sitch. You don't need a lot of mouths. And it looks really good. And look, here's his arm. Like, his arm literally took like 5 seconds. Also, he's not going to have these white eyes. These were just placeholders. He will have yellow eyes. I don't know, just like... The yellow eyes are just more evil looking, I feel. The white eyes are like too goofy and friendly, silly looking. Maybe it's because I animated Lolo a few months ago. All right, hold on a second. Oh, you see how well that reads on camera? You see how well that works? Like, oh man, and you don't have to like fully create, like replicate the 2D design of the sea bear. Like this body just looks so much better than the first draft or first concept. All right, we got some good lighting here. Now the only thing that's kind of annoying is like the blue backdrop doesn't pop as much. Might have to wipe that. Yeah, so like the green backdrop that we had before, it's so bright. It like it kind of uh it what's the word I'm looking for? It dominates all of the like the dust and stuff on the surface. But this blue backdrop is way darker and I don't have anything that's blue and bright. So here's the thing. I'm pretty tired. Where I'm good to keep working, but I have to plug in my computer and I also have to go get some water. So hold on a second. Where's my cord? Oh my gosh, my legs are so sore. Not from standing, from the gym. Yeah, no. If just standing and animating made my legs sore, I would be in big trouble. I would stand for like 8 hours a day animating those Lolo studies I did. Hold on a second. Oh, actually, wait. You know what? Maybe before we start, it's a little bit tricky because I'm the setup for the stream. But maybe we can go over the article together. Anyway, we'll talk about it when I get back. So stay tuned. I'm gonna be right back, everyone. What's up? And we are back, everybody. Oh gosh, can't wait to sit down. Okay, wait. What do we got here? Show you. Have another look at our sea rhinoceros. All the way at the end. Oh, I have to move the kit. Never mind. I give up. Yeah, our sea rhinoceros is looking fantastic. Yeah, we're gonna start work on the sea bear, but I wanna pull up something really quick. Had to get my water. Thank you, Straw. Okay, wait, so I have to, so everyone, make sure you take a look at this after stream, but I'm gonna pull it up right now. So we just did an interview with animeclay.com. Awesome, here it is. I'm going to show you guys in the stream. I don't have the most optimal desk setup right now because of the filming. Both of my desks are taken up, but anything for the animation. Let's see. Screen capture. Pulling it up right now. Okay, wait. You guys see it? Shout out to animeclay.com. Straw, thank you so much. Just saved me a trip. Who's this guy? All right. Yeah, there we are. We're moving up in the world, everybody. Oh, it's like I can't see the chat. Oh, we're... Oops. I have a 2 monitors, still not enough. One built-in, one external monitor, but yeah. Oh gosh, making feels just like yesterday working on the Fry Cook Games animation. It's a good photo. I love the light on the puppets. You can't get more 90s than this. Like, where else are you gonna find puppets like these? But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna... You guys can read the article for yourselves. I don't want to spoil it for you. But yeah, these are pictures of me when I was 7 years old doing stop motion for the first time. This might have been my second time doing stop motion. But yeah, it was just like, this was me just learning. This was when I was learning just how it worked, you know? Yeah, so this guy over here in the top left, family friend, awesome guy, his name's Sean. Him and his wife, they made a stop motion film with clay puppets. They made them in their like in their living room. I'm trying to think when it was dated. It was probably like, I think it was dated like they completed it Christmas of 2000, so that would have been before I was born. I might have my date wrong, like year wrong, but I remember they completed it holiday of some year. I think it was 2000. But yeah, they made a film together with clay puppets, and it was so amazing. It was called Zort. It was about an alien. He was a grumpy alien with a big Squidward nose. And there's a chicken that lives on this planet with him, and one day the two of them are visited by a mysterious Martian. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture of the Martian. I could try remaking these characters in clay sometimes. I feel like I should. But so here in the corner, you see this chicken? This is the chicken that was from their film, Zort. It was plastic, so it held together really well. But I don't know where the Martian is, but this green guy right here, this was Zort. This was the original Zort puppet from their film. And what I did was I made Zort like a wife and like gave him a bunch of kids. I made him a family, and I was trying to make my own film, and this was their camera. Yeah, no, this is me. And yeah, like, oh man, all the Clay Fighter stuff I did over the years. Nanaman, Clay Fighter from a couple years ago, the musical. This wasn't an animation, this was just a sculpture. That was Tiny's job at Mud Donald's. He got his own film. Oh, this looks familiar. And yeah, so what I did was for these photos for the sea bear and the sea rhinoceros, I actually threw all of this together yesterday and just did a couple quick photographs of our sea rhinoceros and sea bear. I had to set up for filming tonight anyway. And to think the RC Rhinoceros is filmed. Like, but yeah, no, check out the full interview. Read it for yourselves. You guys will like it. I will make sure to send it again before. Oh wait, actually, you know what? I'm gonna pin Straw's message so you guys can come back to it. It maybe it will stay pinned once the chat fills up. Oh wait, there it is. Yeah, so anyway, check it out later. Shout out to animeclay.com. They're wonderful, wonderful people. Check out stuff on their website. They also did an interview with the creator Clay Fighter. Check it out, creative director. It's really awesome stuff. You learn a lot. Anime Clay, everyone. Whew. Oh man. Nah, the Zort though, that film, gosh, I'd give anything to see it again. There was we had a DVD of it because they burned it onto a DVD. It had its own like interactive menu and stuff like that. And yeah, we might have it somewhere in this house, but it's so badly scratched. I must have been sleeping with that thing when I was a little kid, you know? I remember we brought the puppets home from the film. Man, I hope that film still exists somewhere because that was really the film that inspired me to get into animation. Of course, there were feature stop motion films, obviously, but Zort was like the first time I had ever seen like a homemade stop motion film with clay. Literally what I'm doing right now. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh man, how the time flies. And yet so little has changed with my my localized enthusiasm. Awesome. Oh, we got people messaging me on Instagram. That's nice. Uh about the article. Let's see. Oh boy. Don't know if we'll film all of the sea bear shots, but we gotta get at least started, I think. Just a quick little touch up. And before we officially start filming, I'm also just going to take like a test photo, drop it into Premiere for a second, just to make sure that there's not going to be any issue with the Ultra key. It shouldn't be an issue, but you never know. Oh yeah, we also have this annoying seam right here. Don't I have a blue piece of paper? Like what? Hold on a second. I mean, it's slightly less obvious. Uh, Okie doke. Rubbing shoulders with Tim Burton. Nah. I'd be impressed if that guy even knew who I was before he died. Like, nah. Nah, dude, you guys are on ground zero. Look, it's not like it's not the someday. It's like the here and now. Like we don't have to wait until I'm with Tim Burton or something. Like this is it. This is everything that I've ever done with stop motion animation. I know the eyes look really weird right now, but just bear with me. It's led up to this moment. This is it. Wonder if I'll have enough room to move that arm. I feel like I will. The eyes look really silly right now, but bear with me. See, bear with me. I'm wondering if that seam will be a problem. The sea bear is going to move around a lot more. All right, let's get moving. Let's play around with the light. I feel like I'm getting too much light on the tail. But let's have a look. Nope. Open the wrong timeline. Where is it? There it is. Hmm. Take a look. So far, it looks all right. There's a lot of specs. Granted, I can also do, what is it, mask tracking. I think that'll also help. Uh, yeah, let's try that. How do I do this? Okay, wait. Opacity mask fit. I remember how to do this. I remember how to do this. I did not forget how to do this. Object mask. Click. Click. Hello? Oh, okay, there it is. Opacity mask? Yes, I know how to do things. Yes. Dude, there is no worse feeling on earth than when you learn how to do something in Adobe Premiere and then some update happens and then you just like the one thing that you very simply knew how to do, you are completely lost back to square one, going back to watching tutorials on YouTube. It's such a heart, it's like a stab. Okay, these eyes are bothering me. They're goofy. The eyes are really important. He's gonna have purple the eye eyelids. I have to get a little bit messy. I'm gonna have to smooth out the head. The head's so like really rough right now. Hmm. Eyes, yeah, they're like yellow in the original episode. So it was I'm going to be doing the loop animation for the sea bear moving. So he's going to be swimming back. Yeah, I have like a loop in mind. God, him getting beat up is the funniest thing. And this is perfect because this is like his regular face. I have like this loop in mind where his arms like kind of down. And I think this should be clean enough. What does that face even look like? I have to. I'm trying to find the reference photos of the sea bear because I have a few, like some important expressions I want to hit. Where's the other brown clay? Found it. How long do I think it'll take to film the sea bear? I don't I don't know. Probably longer than the sea rhinoceros because there's just way more footage to get through or audio. I'm gonna be real, I don't even know if I'm gonna film all of the sea bear tonight because it's already 10:20 p.m. for me. But I want to at least get a few shots in, you know? Because it's easier to like pick up where you left off than like have to start from scratch always. What is going wrong here? Hold on a second. It's not clicking for me. I think this is what I need. The website in the pinned comment, that is the interview that I did with animateclay.com. I pinned that comment. I'm gonna try the purple eyelids because I think that's gonna help them stand out a bit more, give them more, distinguish them from the eyebrows a bit more. Also, I think I might make like his head a bit bigger. It feels too small. Like you see, like this is too. His chin is. The rest of his head is too small. Like his chin is too big. Hold on a second. I want to make him look more husky. And make him look like he's a savage. This is very savage indeed. Yeah, his head is too small. Better already. I think I might move that ear while I'm at it. Yeah, I didn't notice until now that yeah, like the head is like oh shoot, that's gonna change how the mouths are placed. But like yeah, the head was like too small. I was like, why is he kind of look like a chihuahua? That's not what I'm going for here. Looks like a small dog. Bears are supposed to be chunky. Um, I need more. Easy touch up. Yeah. Yeah, like making a mouth is like a project. But this is just like, oh, whatever, just add some more clay. So with this whole glass system that I'm using right now, like there are some animators that will like have tiers where they'll have like multiple tiers of glass with like numerous layers being animated at the same time. Now that can be really cool and like save on editing. I'm sure it has like other benefits. But yeah, I was thinking like I really didn't want to animate like the head separately from the rest of the body. I needed to kind of combine them and find a way to like I want the head to be organically fixed to the body. I don't want it to look too floaty. Because already like just making and filming these sea monsters before I finish like the rest of the footage, like the Lego footage, it's like I already have to like make some predictions of like what to expect, how it's going to have to incorporate into the rest of the footage, what it's going to look like, how it's all going to come together. And I'm like, I really don't want to have to do that extra mental effort for something as simple as like, oh yeah, does the sea bear look like it has a head? Like what? No. Yeah, so I think I'm also going to adjust his other ear because like does he have a other ear? Sure. Can you see it? Kind of, sure. But remember, silhouette is a really big thing in animation. It has to read like the principle is that like the silhouette principle is like Does your pose or does your character read even if they're pitch black? Goes for character design, but that's just one layer. The way your character moves and the poses they hit, that's important too. It's so important. It's paramount because when you're filming for film or a TV show, that the audience has got to be able to pick all these little things up. So if you're obscuring things, if things get too obscure, audience can miss it, and then your audience is going to be sad. So this ear, I'm gonna cut it off. Yeah, I'm like I am pretty tired, but I figure we at least got to get started. The sea bear, like, come on, and think about it. Very soon, the sea bear is going to be filmed, and we're going to get back to filming for the clay portions. Excuse me, the Lego portions of the episode. And we only have like 3 minutes to go. That's gonna like fly by in comparison. Making the sombrero and the hoop skirt in like 10 minutes, yeah. As opposed to like 10 years for working on this sea bear and sea rhinoceros. Wait, okay, hold on a second. So we're on stream, we're on day 15, but day 8, that was when we started sculpting the sea bear and sea rhinoceros. So it's been quite a bit. Oh shoot, yeah. I didn't watch Phineas and Ferb growing up, so I didn't recognize that name. Wait, what's going on? Oh, you worked on Rocco. Steven Hillenberg worked on Rocco's Modern Life. I never watched Rocco's Modern Life, but I've heard of it. That like coming out of the '90s, like growing up just after the '90s, like it was that was just one of the cartoons that I just like missed, I guess. The Nickelodeon cartoons that I was seeing growing up were just whatever we had on VHS. And it was pretty much just SpongeBob and some Rugrats. What happened was like as DVDs were becoming a thing, my mom would get me SpongeBob DVDs all the time, but like they weren't releasing Rugrats DVDs a lot. So then like when Rugrats All Grown Up was releasing, I think, granted, I even then that probably released like further back than I would expect. But like there were DVDs of those coming out and she would get those for me and my sister. Where is my uh wishing you a speedy recovery, Straw. You guys wishing each other well makes me so proud. I have such a positive community. We are a family here. I think when this ear is touched up, we should probably be done with the head. Gonna have to adjust this a little bit. Mouth. Yeah, that's way beefier looking. Shoot, did I? I don't have a picture from before. Shoot, I wish I took one. Lost episode in Scaredy Pants. Yeah, I don't know if I think yeah, I think we had I think my cousins had like the Halloween DVD that had like Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost and Frankendoodle and I Was a Teenage Gary. Hold on. Oh, this looks so sick. Oh, these mouths are gonna be fun. Oh, God, dude. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. Yeah, the mouths, as you can see, like the mouths are sculpted like a really specific way in the back, so they would like fix to the face better. But now that the shape of the face is like changed completely, I just have to adjust them a bit. But they look great. Maybe I'll like adjust this mouth a little bit, add just a little more detail. Oh my God. The SpongeBob crash out in Candy Spare a Dime. Yeah. I'm I'm thinking of like just working on the sea bear's face right now. I just had like a moment where I was like, dang, like if I made Five Nights at Freddy's animations, that I could have been huge. But oh my gosh, I just remember when Five Nights at Freddy's was coming out and like the sequel came out like really quick after the first one, and just like I've talked about this before, but like opening up what the heck was it? I forgot what website it was, but like there was all of this fan art of the chicken Chica, like when they made her look very like feminine in FNAF 2, Toy Chica or whatever. And like all this like lewd art started coming out because everyone was like 11 when they got into Five Nights at Freddy's. And I just remember being like, "Yep, all right, I'm not I'm gonna distance myself from this." Yeah, the SpongeBob community and the Five Nights at Freddy's community are very, very, very different communities. But no, that's like the funny thing though, is that like I've I also have to recognize that if I did make like Five Nights at Freddy's animations, would I have gotten like would they have blown up? Maybe, but maybe not. But it would have like changed like the people who are subscribed to me and watching my stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah, Toy Chica. I was like, ugh. Nope. The internet is ruining this. I'm good. Just just yeah. Well, because keep in mind that like before it got to that level, I had two references to Five Nights at Freddy's in episodes of BrickBob films. Well, actually, maybe it was a bit. I think I did one like 2015. Okay, so maybe it'd been around for a year. But yeah, like the internet just like it like ruined Five Nights at Freddy's for me. Granted, the internet communities can pretty much like ruin everything, but yeah, like something I think something fun could have been done with like a stop motion Five Nights at Freddy's stuff. Like I don't know, it's just like stop motion. I think there's so many cool things you can do with stop motion, and I'm surprised that there aren't more like independent creators that do it. I mean, granted, there are people who I don't know if you would say Five Nights at Freddy's community people, but there are people I've seen make like very brilliant like animatronics based on the series, like very magnificent for something that's like essentially made in someone's bedroom. Like how often do you see people like making their own animatronics? I like it's one of those things that was like I can only assume that Five Nights at Freddy's was one of those things that was so popular and such a cultural phenomenon that it must have sparked interest in this very niche, I guess, bygone technology, you know? No, like I gotta tell you that I really enjoy the visual style of those first Five Nights at Freddy's games. Like when Scott Cawthon was like banging them out, one, two, and three, and like four, like what, they all came out in like the same year or something? Or at least the first three. No, that guy was really, really smart, like riding the wave of like because look, like Five Nights at Freddy's easily could have been just like another horror fad, like Baldi's Basics or I don't know, Slenderman or Hello Neighbor, but like I've got I've got to give it to Scott Cawthon. I know like nothing about the guy, but like he was really, really smart in the sense of like he probably didn't know how long Five Nights at Freddy's would be popular, but he got to work and he rode the wave. He was putting out the games. He was really like it's really astonishing how long something like Five Nights at Freddy's was maintaining like pop pop culture prevalence because of those games coming out back to back with plenty of teasers in between. Yeah, it's like I remember watching a video about the release of Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and they talked about like in the YouTube video they were talking about how like yeah, Phantom Menace, like the movie coming out just had the enormous hype around it. But even after it came out, it maintained so much like public eye awareness for such a long time, like a year after, because there was just so much residual merchandise and media coming out surrounding the film. And all of these things happened before it even had a home video release, you know? Like nowadays, like there's no sense of dread or consequence when you miss a movie in the theaters because it's gonna come out on streaming in like no time. I remember being a little kid and seeing Wreck-It Ralph in theaters. And I swear it felt like an eternity before that movie came out on home video. Maybe it wasn't that long, but when I was a kid, maybe it's because I was younger, so sense of time was different. But it felt like an eternity before I could watch it on video. I like vividly remember where I was in this house, like watching my mom like buy it for me on demand, me asking her for it. And I remember me coming back from the theater and like trying to find clips of it on the Wreck It Ralph website, like telling her how much I loved that movie. Gosh, Wreck It Ralph is so, so great. No, yeah, Scott Cawthon, he struck the iron while it was hot. But yeah, like as for everything else, like Five Nights at Freddy's definitely wasn't a fad. Like we're still getting stuff based on it today. That's why I find so fascinating about Five Nights at Freddy's. Not necessarily the games themselves. Like to me, I thought that the appeal was like its simplicity. I watched the game theory like Matt Pat videos, but it's really astonishing how like Five Nights at Freddy's wasn't just like this thing where like Scott Cawthon was like singularly becoming successful and how like he was in the limelight of everything. Like a lot of people didn't even know like what he looked like. I remember I couldn't find a picture of him. And it was just like the Five Nights at Freddy's was making it was building other people's careers. It built the careers or largely expanded the careers of several Let's Players and other content creators like what the heck was it? Game Theory, obviously, but I remember there was this guy called Smike. I had literally no clue what this guy does, but this guy would literally just talk about. I remember seeing his channel when I was a kid. It was like a, his profile picture was like a cruddy photo of Freddy Fazbear wearing like a helmet. This guy would make videos just talking about like Five Nights at Freddy's fan art. Like he would just find art online and just like be like, "Oh, look at this." Oh my God. We're at 4 hours, dude. Oh man. Yeah. Oh my gosh. No, Hexatoons, you're right. The amount of fan games was insane. I remember watching Markiplier, like, if there were no new Five Nights at Freddy's games coming out, because they were just coming out so often, he would be playing tons of Five Nights at Freddy's clones. And like the clones that I saw him play, they weren't just like cruddy thrown together like, oh, this person didn't care. Like they had a lot of care and attention and work and effort put into them. But isn't that like the wonderful thing about like creating? It's like every once in a while something will get created that's just so resonant and so fun and so captivating that it inspires just generations, like a whole generation of children to like try something new, whether it's animation or game development, stuff like that. Yeah, the cultural impact of something like Five Nights at Freddy's, like I gotta hand it to it. Like despite what my opinions are on Five Nights at Freddy's and you know my like deliberate like lack of engagement with it, like I gotta give it to Five Nights at Freddy's. Like that's not just your average like oh funny scary game that went viral for a week. But no, I do enjoy how it's like one of those like scary horror things that has like deceptively cute but unsettling, like garishly colorful animated, not well, I guess they're technically animated characters. But yeah, like I can I didn't base my art style off of Five Nights at Freddy's, but like there are some overlaps because my stuff tends to be bright and colorful. And I like doing stuff that's fun and cute, but also like nightmarish and psychedelic. Yeah. Okay, so wait, hold on a second. Oh, look at how sick this is. Oh, you're making your own FNAF fan game? Oh, each game after four you cared less. I know what you mean. So like I know for me, like the last game where I like cared like to watch it was five Five Nights at Freddy's sister location. I thought that that game was such a cool like pinnacle, like utilizing the I don't know if it was the same game engine, but like I felt like it was such a cool like it retained the visual style, like the limited but creative visual style of the first Five Nights at Freddy's games, but it felt so much larger in scope. I thought that was really cool. After that Pizzeria Simulator, I just stopped caring. Like I did watch Markiplier play it eventually, and I thought that it was a lot of fun, but like oh my gosh, what is it like Security Breach where it's like got that like just generic boring like 3D art style and like they made Freddy like they gave Freddy a voice and he's got this like sensitive, very sensitive voice. He's like, "Oh, I'm Freddy." I can't do it now, but you get what I mean. I'm like, why the heck did they make Freddy sound like why does he sound like that? He sounds so like vulnerable and sensitive. It's the best. word sensitive keeps coming to my mind. It's simple, but you know what I mean. Like, I remember just watching it. I'm like, what is this? Whatever happened to like just blank stare, menacingly like this menacing bear who makes a music box sound. Oh, and when he's running through the halls, he goes like he does 4 4 4 4. Like, come on. Nah, dude, that like ruined it for me. Yeah, like I agree. Like Security Breach, I think was like a good conclusion. After that, I like officially stopped caring. But I remember like all the way back in 2006, 2015, there was like an announcement for a Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Maybe it was a hoax, maybe not, who knows. But yeah, like I remember hearing about that in 2015. It took a long time for a movie to actually come through fruition. Maybe someone just bought the rights to it and maybe who knows. It's so big budget like movies getting made. It's not a thing that just happens. Granted, I think the Five Nights at Freddy's movies are made on like a smaller budget. Okay, the lighting I'm not too sure about the lighting. Oh, I'm probably gonna stop soon. I'll. Oh, that's so cool looking. Wait. Ah. Wait, the box in FNAF 4? What? What about a box? Oh, the stupid box that you don't know what's in it. It's like they're building up to the box opening, and then they're like, okay, I guess some things are better left unopened. Okay, I remember that. Yeah, that pissed me off too. It wasn't nah, dude. That come on. I don't know. Like for me, I always just got the sense that like Scott Cawthon, just make as many games as you want, be deliberately vague about just so many things, and just let Matt Pat write the whole game for you. That's what I always felt like. I mean, like you know that they're like best friends. Like, come on, bro. Had to get a tinfoil hat. Oh, this looks so good. I'm like really tired, but I also like here's the thing, when I'm in the zone, it's hard to pull myself out. Especially when oh wait, I did have a picture of the other sea bear head. Oh yeah, this one looks so much better. This is not a very good picture, but yeah, you get the idea. Let me pull it up. Oh, ooh, So satisfying to see it come together. I'm gonna have to like, this is driving me crazy. I feel like I have to find a video of like, of this particular voice for Freddy that I'm thinking of. This is pissing me off. Because I feel like I just can't put it into words. Just want to check this out in Adobe Premiere really quick. Hello. Are you masking the whole thing? Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, it looks like... Okay, this is actually good that we did this because it looks like we're actually getting a little bit of interference with the violet. So the eyelids are kind of close to the blue in some weird way. So I think I might just use the magenta instead. That'll be better. But functionally, it kind of does the same thing. I'd prefer it to be darker, but honestly, it's not. It's really, really not a big deal. No one is doing the math except for me. No one's gonna care. All right. I think I will call the quits here and pick up next time. But hold on a second. I have to find this clip of Freddy before we go. I'm gonna stop that work clock. God dang it. Hold on a second. I'm going to find this. I'm not crazy. Huh, you're absolutely welcome. Well, hold on. We're not done quite yet. I have to prove that I am not crazy insane about Freddy's voice. What was it? FNAF? Security breach. No commentary. Where the heck is him talking? I don't... Wait, here he is. You're playing... Okay, there's a guy named Gregory. Hold on a second. I don't feel like getting out my headphones. I really don't, so I'm just gonna have to turn it up. There's a guy's walking. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put this up on the screen. Sorry about the jump scare. It's like Five Nights at Freddy's. Thank you, the game archivist. Please don't take down my channel. Let's just skip.
Super.
Wait, hold on. You guys, hold on. I need to have the chat up for this.
Way to go, superstar. I knew you could do it. I know how to get you out of here. Climb back into my chest cavity. There is still time, but we must hurry. If I am spotted, I will certainly be taken back to my room. I will escort you to the main exit through the utility tunnels. It is the safest path.
Okay, but you better be careful moving around. Like, don't want to be crushed and twisted into a meat pretzel.
Like, why does he sound like that? I have to find more. Bear with me. Freddy Fazbear with me. So dang funny. Where does he talk? I want to hear him talk. Where does he come back? Oh my god. This is torture. Oh wait, is that him?
I am taking you to the first aid station.
No, I'm fine.
I'm sorry the audio doesn't sound good on your end. I just need it. Oh, is he done talking? Man, this is such a joke.
On lockdown.
Officer Vanessa, I do not know how I got here.
Well, you totally blew it tonight, you know. Your system crashed and you ruined the show. Now, parts and services have you on reduced power. They said as a safety precaution. Just one more thing to deal with.
Thank you for the $1.
I apologize.
Okay.
Wait, is Vanessa the girl from... Is that the cop from the movie? Yeah, we gotta film the Sea Bear, but we're gonna continue it tomorrow. I had to restructure his jawline.
We're like 15 minutes from closing and some kid is sneaking around backstage. If you see anything, notify me immediately. I already alerted the others.
Okay, thank you so much, Straw. You saving me. Wait, can I open? Okay, wait. Let's open Straw's video. Bro, there's 31 minutes of voice lines. What?
Experiencing a malfunction. It's not complete.
God.
Who said that? Down where? I still do not see.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm sorry. I don't like it. I am really not. He sounds like Darth Vader, like in episode 6 when he starts feeling conflicted about like Luke. It's like, oh, Luke, I'm still evil, you know. I'm still. Nah, dude, I can't. This is. Oh, I'm just cringing. Oh, I can't do this. Get this off of my stream, everybody. We're gonna call it here because we've been going for like over 4 hours, and I cannot allow us to be derailed by Glam Rock Freddy and his sumptuous, tender, his very tender voice. But nah, this has been amazing progress, and yeah. So once again, Sea Rhinoceros is looking absolutely amazing. And we're going to be back really soon to film the Sea Bear. He's pretty much ready to go. I figure at this point, it's better to just get a fresh start going on day 16 of the episode filmmaking. Oh, anyway, remember, we are almost at 100 members for the Patreon. So check that out, join if you haven't. And also, huge shout out to animateclay.com. You can check out the link that is pinned in the chat. Be sure to check it out. I did an interview with them. Go show them some love and support. And I'll be back really soon to film the Sea Bear. We had some amazing progress tonight. It was great seeing you all again. We're going to be back really soon. So stay tuned for more. Have a good night, everyone.